right. Let's see. Welcome. All right. So yeah. So last time we started implementing the first boss of the game, or well, the first boss that we're implementing. I'm not sure if that boss is actually gonna be the first boss of the game, but it's all in a state of flux as always. And I'm still learning. I'm kind of this project is I'm like the more I develop on it, the more I'm like unsure if this is actually gonna be like released. But yeah, it's like a big learning project, learning process for me here. But anyway, so I thought that for the first thing that I want to do here is to add when you open the editor and you want to start the game, like play a scene in the game, you press the play button. But if the game needs to compile, then it basically just freezes for a while and you don't get any feedback for that. So I just want to add a little bit of feedback to that. So this would be in layout scene and search for the play button. So here's the play button, and then we have a little bit of play state going on here. Now I believe the issue is that when we actually press play, we call the thing directly. So we actually let's see, we save the files and we run the command directly here. So what I want to do is I basically want to sort of just go run one round around the frame loop just to say that okay, it's starting right now, just to get some sort of feedback that it's actually starting up. So instead of calling play here, or I want to have this play state. So so let's add starting. Let's add, well, actually we could have starting, so we'll just say what we'll do is we will say in here, we'll say instead of context play, we're gonna do context play state is equal to starting. Right. But then we have else if. We don't need an else if we need an if here. So the idea is that we set it to starting, then here we're actually gonna say the text is starting, and then next frame we will go here, start of frame context. So if the play state is starting, then we do play. So we run around the frame once to show that we are actually starting, then we do the play thing. All right. So it's gonna show up over here. So if I press the play button, okay, it didn't it didn't show. Okay, but if I press it, it show. Oh yeah, the F5 is different. It's over here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do the same thing. I was thinking of maybe making a separate function, but whatever. No, still doesn't show it. Interesting. Oh, maybe because it's like the next, like this happens in a different place. Okay. I guess what we could do is say start next frame. We go over to scene, wait, no, layout. Like, okay, if this is start next frame, we set it to starting, and then we have to have an else if here, and then wait, oh yeah, so here, start next frame, there we go. Starting or start next frame, we say starting. So we we guarantee that we get at least one frame around. There we go. Now it says starting there. Just to make sure, because sometimes you press the button and you're not sure if it started or not, but you don't want to press the button again to launch it twice. So it's nice to see that it's actually starting up there. Okay. That was that. Now, I've been thinking about this boss a little bit, but I think we want to continue with this sort of fast, I guess, gray boxing, whatever you want to call it here. So the next step here is to, at this point, when the rock hits the thing, the rock should sort of disappear and the boss maybe take some damage, and then start the next phase. So let's do that. Let's see. What could we do? So how would we do that? So we are spawning this boulder here, and like it would only collide with a boss, I guess. So this, well, it says monsters here, I guess technically. We could add another group called bosses as well. Oops. Bosses. And I guess, yeah, that should be fine. Bosses, and then we can add a group. For like only collide with bosses. Okay. So now this guy will, well, let's do only collides with ground and only collides with bosses. Okay, let's start there and we'll see what we can do. There, we do have like a event listener for collision, so yeah, it's collide. Oh yeah, it needs to collide with devices as well. Well, I guess it's just, you know, it's just a let's add monsters there. Sure, why not? And then it collides with bosses as well. There we go. Oh, is the boss not solid? Projectile. Let's see, where is the boss? Yeah, it is solid. Oh, but we haven't added it to the group. That's right. Bosses. There we go. Okay. And all right, so when it collides there, it should kill the boulder, and it should deal damage to the boss, and then it should also go to the next phase. So how would we do that? Well, we do have, okay, we do have like an on collision. Where is that on collision? This one. What we could do, actually, we could make like a component that takes a function pointer that sort of acts like a event listener. So on collision, this would be a function pointer. I'm not sure how function pointers work really in SIG, because you have like a couple of different options. You could just say function like this and, you know, say get the collision like that. Or yeah, the function like this, and I mean this has to be like a function pointer as well. I'm not sure how the inner workings of this works, but the standard library, like if you have a v table, they do like this, I think, constant. So it's not like a comp time thing, because you can't change. Now you can change the function. Maybe this is like a comp time version. I'm not sure. I don't know. But this means basically that it's now you can change it. But this might mean that you can't change it. That might be the difference. I don't know. So we on collision. Okay, and that's basically what we need there. And then on the physics, we would say for basic view, wait, on collision dot raw we get that out, and then we basically just, oh, I see, I'm gonna call it C for component. Then we just call this with collision, and I guess we would need the registry as well. So let's actually do that. Registry. So we get the registry and the collision. We could also put like data also in here. Like usually when you have a event listener like this, or a function that you call, like you pass a callback, you can also define some sort of data which you can pass as a pointer to NOPAC. This kind of corresponds to like a void pointer in C, where you can have a pointer to basically anything, because the pointers themselves are always the same size. So this is possible. This is gonna be, you know, on a 64-bit system, this is like a 64-bit pointer. So you can also pass this NOPAC over here, and so that you can pass a bit of context along with the event listener, because you might need to have that. It's like the like in JavaScript or other languages, where you have we can define a function in a scope, and then it captures the scope around it, so it's able to this is kind of the same thing. So it's able to actually use that scope. This is kind of the same thing here, and but we're doing it sort of manually instead. Yeah, so then in here we call this, and then we also call it with data here as well. There we go. All right, so yeah, that's basically what we need to do there. Comp time value. What comp time value? Okay, you know what? Let's just make this into a pointer, I guess. I'm not sure if that was the issue here. Okay. I'm not sure exactly the inner workings of this. I just know that this is possible to do. Okay. So now we can say, for example, here, we can also add on collision now. I guess we would also get the entity. I mean, technically we could get the entity as well. We can simply do well, let's do data. We get the entity, and then this would be, actually this would be on collision view. And there's the collision, and we can also pass the entity here as well. So the entity that has the actual thing. All right. It's kind of weird because we're sort of using the ECS to make this some sort of event listener, when it's basically, this ECS basically, it can only have one component at a time, like bound to each entity. But since we have many entities, we can have, like, you know, many entities. I mean, technically you could just create a new entity and add this component to the entity to sort of, you know, use a what you call it, hammer on a screw to sort of solve the situation here. But I mean, it works, sure, but it's not like meant to be used like this, I guess. But whatever. So we add this. Well, here we do this thing, right? So we will add to our boulder a on collision event listener. I mean, I guess it would make sense that boulder should be one of the recipients to the collision, right? So we have body A and body B. I mean, we could just say key. So if this is equal to entity, if this is not equal to entity, we continue. If body B is not equal to entity, we continue. Right? Because we're only interested in things that are colliding with this entity. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. So, on collision is like boulder on collision. And data, I'm not really sure what we do with this, so I'm just gonna set undefined there. And we need to make this function here. Boulder entity. We also get the collision, which is this. Return void. Okay, was there anything else? Register entity collision and the data, that's right. Why isn't it? Oh, there we go. Formatting. Okay, so let's see. Friction on collision. Yeah, so what's gonna happen when it collides now is the question. So we're gonna delete the entity. We're gonna mark it for deletion. The boulder. And yeah, let's actually just start there, and we'll see if this whole system just works, because now the boulder should just disappear, right? Right, so we'll start there. Oh. It crashed. Interesting. Already added to group. Death component. Oh. Right. So, right. We need to, right. We need to check if body A. So let's do, we could also, yeah. What? Yeah. So what we could do on collision, we could also say this is the first, and then the other. We could, you know, we can calculate what the other is here. and send it in, because it's always going to be the same. So here is like other is going to be body A key is equal to entity. Then if this is true, then it's going to be collision body B key, else collision body A key. Alright, and then we call this with the other there. There we go. So we don't have to do it every time. And I guess we need to pass this as a registry, or I mean a thing, maybe? Oh yeah, we need to add this as well. Do we really need to pass this as a pointer? No? Okay. Interesting. Right. So we'll do if other. Oh yeah, so actually now we can say here's the boss entity. Let's actually call this data, and boss entity is equal to pointer cast data to wait, do we need to allocate that? Because it's a pointer. I guess we could have like the body of, because that like has the thing in it. Yeah. We could do like boss body. This is C rigid body equal to pointer cast data. Okay. And align cast as well. Alright, and then here we're gonna say boss body, which we already have. Alright, if other is equal to boss body dot key, well, if it's not equal to, we can return. Alright, so now we only destroy it when it's, you know, the other thing is the boss. You know, maybe this could be part of collision, actually. We could say, like, only collides with, and then this is like an entity. So if this is set to an entity, it would only go in there. But, yeah, I don't know. There we go. Because the thing is that even if the boulder does... Wait. Oh. Like, even if the boulder sort of intersects with something else, the collision sort of event still happens, but it won't like physically push the boulder. Okay, there we go. Now the boulder is there. Okay. It didn't... Nothing happened. What if we get, let's get the entity ID from the boss, or I mean from other, actually other, yeah. This is gonna be, it might not exist, so we'll do try get. Okay. Now, the boss, we need to also add an entity ID here, so yeah, let's just do entity ID. So we can see, you know, what is it colliding with? If it goes in, if it even goes in there. It probably does, because otherwise it would have crashed, I don't think. Before. So let's do that. Exit. Check the logs. What would they say here? Boulder. Did it ever collide with? So it doesn't collide with the thing. Did I do incorrect on here? If the body A is equal to entity, then this is body B. Otherwise it's body A. Actually, okay, let's just try this. If this is not equal to null, or this ID A is not equal to null, then we log. So we don't have to look through all the spam here. I'm gonna guess it's, yeah, it doesn't find anything. So which one is it colliding with then? I mean, it collides with the ground at first. It's obviously colliding with the boss because it's stopping. Maybe there's something wrong with my collision events. Yeah, so maybe this is what I'm supposed to use. I don't know if, like, without the version, I'm not sure what this means, if it's just like, you know, the index or what this means really. It feels like it should be some sort of unique identifier for the entity. Like, why would you get different versions? But maybe this is more stable. So we'll check so anytime we want to check for like equality of entities, we might have to use this. There's no like entity equals or something like that. All right, let's try that. That doesn't seem to work anyway. Yeah, I don't know. We should definitely get a collision event from that. So I'll just check the physics system here. Yeah. So the collision groups are basically only for resolving collisions, which is what, you know, physically happens in the physics simulation. But then every time something is sort of overlapping or intersecting, we also get a collision event. Like, I don't have, I haven't built in whatever, like, on enter, on like overlap enter or overlap exit or whatever. Those kinds of events I don't have. I only have like collision events. Basically, anytime anything intersects is gonna be a collision event. so it should, I mean, it does go in. Yeah, the collision events are, like, it is resolving because the boulder is stopping on top of the boss, so there is a collision event, because otherwise we wouldn't have gone here and resolving it. And then once you sort of resolve, like once the physics update has happened, then after that we can also poll collisions, which will, you know, reset the collision events back to 0. Like, it will clear the big collision events basically. And we call the function for all the events, so we should get the thing. We should get the event here of that of the boss and the boulder. Wait, what the hell? No. Wait, am I stupid? This logic is flawed, I think. If body A is equal to like the entity, if it's not equal, then we continue. So this means at this point, body A is... Yeah, this is an AND, essentially. So it's like if... And since we're checking for body A is not equal to entity, so if we get here, then we know that body A is entity. So body B can't be entity. So it always exits out here. Okay, I'm just stupid. I was thinking in the terms of OR, but then I made an AND basically here. Okay. So whoops. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it has to be an OR. It's either body A or body B. Okay, but it didn't work anyway. No, it is an AND. It has... Oh yeah, I'm stupid. I'm stupid again. Well, okay. I always mess this up. Like, the logic, like the Boolean logic is maybe one of the number one things that trip me up when thinking about, you know, the Boolean logic. It's always, you have to go a few rounds with it until you get it right. Even after all these years, you know. Let's see. So body A key is not equal to that. So at this point, body A is not equal to that. And then we check also body B. Yeah. Okay. Let's see now. This should be good now. I am hopeful. Okay, well, it crashed, so that's a good sign, because I think that, like, we're moving forward, at least. Okay, let's see what's happening. Okay, we are colliding. Okay, very, very good. Very good. Okay. But we're adding a death component. Okay. Yeah. So basically, yeah. I think I know what the issue is. So the issue is probably that we need to remove this. We need to remove the collision component from this. I'm not sure what's going to happen because we're currently iterating through the collision components. So if that's going to mess up the view or the iteration of it. but we don't really have a choice here. So it could be that in the view we compile the list of we could compile the list of things to go through for the collision events, and then for the on collision the on collision component. So basically copy the list first and then loop through it. Unused, yeah, okay. I mean, let's just do this. Yes. Okay, we'll see if this messes things up. We'll see. This might also be a strange crash. Like if we have several on collision. Wait, I'm not removing the correct thing here. This should be on collision. There we go. There we go. Finally. Okay. We also I saw that the mover disappeared, so we also have to fix that. But yeah. All right. Cool. Well, that solved that. I'm just gonna do this just out of safety. I'm actually gonna just, you know, duplicate. Wait, don't we have allocator on game? No, game mode. What? Oh, no. So collisions. So we wanna duplicate copies. Yeah. So we duplicate these to on collision view raw. But we also need entity though. I mean, they should have the same, well, it might not be the exact same. What does get do though? Does it look up stuff? Index? Oh, it's looking, okay. Okay, so this is like, let's do on collisions and entities. No, but then we don't have the lookup. What if we copy those? No, we don't need to copy those. Okay, what if we do this? So we'll just have a tuple here, on collision and entity, right? So this would be a list of these. So we'll allocate what will allocate view data. Well, do we have count here? Length. All right, so we'll allocate that. And we'll defer 3 entities. All right, then we'll make a loop here. And we'll say entities I is equal to the collision and then entity. Actually, you know what? There might be like an iterator as well. Oh, but there's no iterator for both. Okay. Yeah, so we're just copying both the collision view and the entities, or the entity. All right, and then when we do the loop, the actual loop here, we loop through the entities instead. Can you do this? No. But you can do this, I'm pretty sure. So now this is on collision, this is entity. Except it doesn't show because why not? I don't know. It's clearly here, so I'm not sure what this is unknown type. I mean, we're clearly stating the type. So yeah. Anyway, C we already have, so we don't need to do that. And yeah, we don't need it to be a pointer, so well, I guess we can use get const instead. All right, so just, you know, a little bit more convoluted, but a little bit more safety, just so that while we're iterating through this sort of source of truth here, and we mess around with this list, we don't, you know, do some, we make sure to copy it first. What? Do you need to be a mutable now? Interesting. So get const needs a mutable, but not get. Wait, this needs mutable because you get the component out. Oh, is this a pointer? So this is kind of backwards to me. Like, this shouldn't be mutable here. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it's like even more like this makes sense if this was mutable because it returns a mutable object. However, this, it should just, it even doesn't even return a mutable. So this should just, you know, not be mutable. Okay. Anyway, fine. Yeah, there are some, like, you know, there are some. I mean, it is a fantastic library. I won't complain, you know, too much. There are some issues with it, but you know, if it's not really an issue, it's and I haven't even, you know, what I really should do is file issues on those things and make sure it's get fixed. But yeah, I really like the library. It's I don't want to bash it, you know. It's a really fantastic library. I just you know, for myself, I just wanted to, like, you know, confirm that this was actually a sort of a miss on their part. And I believe, I mean, even here you can see that this is not mutable. We're doing basically the same thing. Even this requires self to be mutable here. But since this is a pointer, it's fine. Oh, hello Aldi Dev. How's it going? Welcome. So yeah, so I was just going through this, like, wait, does this need to be mutable? Because it doesn't make sense, but yeah. Anyway, it's a really good library. So let's see. All right, let's test this now again to just make sure that this works still. Okay, good, it works. Now I really want to fix the issue where, let's see. Doing good, how about yourself? Yeah, I'm doing really good. We're working on my game here and making a lot of progress, so it's really nice. I'm currently working on the first boss of the game. But right now I want to also solve like a bug here. So you can take over this control and move something else. So now we're moving this thing to the right here, and if I move it over here, now I can sort of access it like this. But the thing is, also the state was a bit, oh yeah, because one of the things is not restored properly. But anyway, the thing is, if you steer it and then you cancel steering it while it's moving, then it disappears. So that's like a bug that I have to fix. And so I just move to that place because it's easier to test. Well, actually what we could do as well is we could also move, if we go out to the boss room, we could move ourselves up here so we start up there so we can test it here as well. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so why is this happening? Well, it's because of a quirk in sort of the physics system where things can be static. There's a flag called static, and what that does is when it's enabled, it's basically saying that the mass of the object is like infinite, which will make some calculations, you know, flip out, of course. But it does make like collision calculations. If the object can't move, it's static and it has like infinite mass, so that when something collides with it, it will, like, you know, calculate properly there. So but there's a bug where if a static object sort of has velocity, it just flies off to infinity or something. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, but I'm gonna try and figure out a way around it. So we'll go to devices. So here, for example, here's the mover, which is the thing that we're moving around. And here you can see we say static is equal to true. And so the density is set to infinite in that case, even though they set the density here. We also set it to infinite, like in this function, when we encounter static is equals to true. So maybe we change it back afterwards. Let's say we take this, I'm just gonna test this here, and I'm just gonna set this to back to this. And see if that fixes anything. No. Okay. So that did not solve the issue. Right. I guess another thing we could do is just when the steering wheel is cancelled, we also, where is it? Control. Like here, when we cancel it, wait, where is that happening? Devices, steering, it's happening in here, I think. Yeah, here. So disable control. Let's also just set the velocity to 0. Oh yeah, because we're setting density here. Okay. Let's clear velocity and acceleration. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. All right, so let's see. What now? Let's move this back here. Wait, I didn't save it. All right, so phase 1, phase 2, and boom, phase 3. So I want a couple of things to happen. I want probably the player to get pushed down here again. And when we're down here, this gets closed and this gets moved over there. Okay. Do we have like damage? I want to hurt the boss with something here, boulder damage. And what else? Have you tried libs like SoCal with SoCal Sig? Do they compare it Raylib in? How do they compare with Raylib? I haven't tried SoCal. I've actually never seen that. I've only tried Raylib actually, but I mean I have tried back in the day. I tried SDL, like the first version, SDL1. And a little bit of SDL2. I believe SDL3 is now what's the latest. I think it's like Raylib is. I think Raylib is pretty simple to use. It's just when you're like if you're in C, it's like a really nice, perfect library. But if you're in Zig, it's also pretty easy. You know, of course, Zig interfaces very well with C, and there's even you know, binding libraries as well. But sometimes, especially with the vector stuff, so I ended up just writing my own vector sort of library, you could say, using the built-in vector types in Zig. But then you still have to like convert to Raylib vectors. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but and I also haven't tried the shaders in Raylib. Like Raylib has a way to use shaders as well, but I haven't tried that yet. But I think I'm gonna do that when I sort of improve the graphics a little bit. It's quite cool. I've tried it with Odin Lang before. So-called Raylib's definitely simpler to get started. Okay, well, I'll check it out. Maybe for like the next, like after this project, I'm probably gonna, you know, make a smaller project. This project ended up being very very large, but you know, I am solving a lot of, you know, common issues, and I am building like a game engine from the ground up and stuff. So, except for the, you know, the graphics rendering part and the sound and music and stuff like that, but. So I might check it out for the next, like if I make it like a small project. I mean, of course, I think the best thing would be to have a native Zig library that uses all, you know, the bells and whistles of Zig, but yeah, so-called looks pretty cool. Also, I'm more into like 2D than 3D right now. I'm not sure if I'm actually ever gonna make a 3D game. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of my first, you know, real attempt, I guess you could say, at making an actual game. So I'm not, you know, super experienced in game development. I am an experienced programmer, but not in game development. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to. My ambition for the project was way too much, I think, at the start. So I'm actually, you know, I dreamed a lot of stuff, like, you know, something equivalent to Hollow Knight, basically in scope, almost. Not 100%, but it's like, it was like, yeah, totally unrealistic for one person. And so I think I'm just gonna, you know, settle for. I'm not even sure I'm gonna make past like the first area. We'll see. Maybe you know, I'll make one area and then polish it a lot to make it really nice, and then I'm gonna be done. We'll see. Yeah, Hollow Knight is incredible. I played Hollow Knight a little bit yesterday to sort of update myself on like how the control feels and stuff like that. There are some things that I really like, and then there are some things that don't really mesh with how my sort of inherent timings that I think about. I think the attack in Hollow Knight, like in this game, I have the attack a little bit faster. Like you can mash the button a little bit faster. And I noticed that like the enemies in Hollow Knight they do have quite a quick sort of. You have to be very quick on like your reactions to them. But then you have sort of, at least for the first enemies and stuff, you have this knockback effect where both you and the enemy is knocked back. In this game, I only knock back the enemies, and it's, I guess, a little bit slower movement, but you know, all that can be tweaked and figured out. But my goal is to make a game that has very tight controls and it feels very fun to play. So that and have a little bit of content. That's basically my goal here. And then hopefully also be able to, you know, use most of the things that I build. Well, that's gonna be sort of, what do you say, overlapping with other games. So I'm gonna sort of take a lot of the things in from this game and hopefully move to some sort of common library or something to use in future games. Because there's a lot of code that's like very generic that I can use. Yeah, yeah. So I'm planning on, like, when I do some sort of a graphics update, I'm gonna try to mess with shaders a little bit. So maybe add normals and I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. All right. So it's basically gonna be sort of a modern, I guess, modern 8-bit feel to it. Okay, so what were we doing? So yeah, so the boulder hits the thing and hurts the boss, and then what else? Yeah. Then we also push the player. So we basically go to face. What? Yeah. So let's get the forest boss thing from the boss, and we will say, yeah, we'll advance the face basically. All right. And so in that case, we advance to being stunned. And then you can go down and you can start mashing on the boss. But I think I want to have, what I think I want to have, no, this is, oh yeah, we go to active, that's right. So when we're stunned, I think I want to have a timer as well, so that you can have a certain amount of time for him being stunned, but then also it's gonna have like a limit to the amount of hits and a timer, I think. So stun ends at, and max hits is, well, it's gonna be hits to end. Doesn't need to be 32, but whatever. Boulder. But are you working with Zig or C or C++? Let's see. Do we even need this thing? I don't think we even need this. Yeah, let's just remove this. Right, so this would be max hits is gonna be, I don't know, 10 or 5 or something. So it's gonna count down to 0. We can even add a function here, should end stun or face. So we'll check if, so return stun ends at less than or equal to t, or hits to end is 0. Max duration is, I don't know, 10 seconds. All right. Oh, we need T as well. Can we pass this through here? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, T. There we go. All right. What was I thinking about? Yeah, he's stunned. So here's the update for stun. So we'll get stunned here. Yeah, I guess we'll keep the same kind of thing going. Yeah, so basically if stunned should end phase. We advance the phase. And return. And I guess that's it basically. What I want to have is basically, well, either a way to check like how many times have the player hit the actually hit the boss, or just saving the health when entering the phase. Like this, like health when phase started. And then this is like if this minus health is equal to is more than or equal to max hits. Then over here we need the health. All right. And where's the update? Here we should also grab the health. There we go. Right. So same thing here, except it should be phase 2 now. All right. Okay, let's just check if this works. I want to see also like the spawn timer thing. Yeah, this only happens, I think this only happens in phase 1 active. Yeah, at this point, phase, like the active phase, we spawn and shoot. In regenerating, we only regenerate and open the door and stuff. In the stun phase, we basically check if the players we don't do anything, we just check if the players, if the time is up or the player hit the boss X amount of times. Then we end the phase, we go back to active phase. Then what? So yeah, but also the stun phase. So when the stun phase enters, we should also do some stuff. We don't need to spawn the boulder. We need to push the player. Let's see, we need the push thing. Yeah, push the player. We can use the same thing actually. Push player. Yeah. And but then we need to check for this. So what we can do actually is we can open up maybe this part. Maybe this is like just one, because then the player can get pushed down here. So if we remove this, the player gets pushed. Yeah, let's start and see what's gonna happen. Oh, so wait, what's happening? Folder, other thing, T. All right, yeah. T is F64. All right. So now we're in phase 1. We go to phase 2. Hit the boulder. We go down. Whoops, where did I go? Wait. Is this not solid? Yes, it is. Wait, this part is not solid. Oh, I ended up over here. Okay, I see. Right. Okay, I need to change the time map here a little bit. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna, you know, use black boxes here just to make it work for now. We'll figure it out later. Okay, there we go. Now phase 1. There we go. Phase 2. Boom. I get pushed down. Now we need to move the check. Well, we could extend. I guess we could extend the check to be like this instead. So where's the check player thing? Well, I guess we're not calling it, so we don't really know if we hit it or not. What is the size? The size is... Let's add 3. So we scaled it up by 3. What would that mean for the position? Like move it 1.5 over. To the left, so it will be 18.5. All right. I wish I had an easy way to just add, like, okay, draw this hitbox. Which will only happen like once. I mean, there should be a easy way to do it. Like, if we go to draw, init draw system, we could have a draw list, taking inspiration from Raylib here, or I mean Imgui. Draw list is a it is an array hash map, or a string array hash map of draw, like, you know, draw some sort of draw description, draw thing. right? And then we add that as a singleton. And we say empty. And we add a function called add draw thing. And we need the registry and a draw thing. And we also need a key. Okay, and then we get the draw list. And we say put get, or we could do get or put key is key if entry, well, whatever, we can just say entry value is equal to draw thing. Alright, so this would make sure we only add it once. It's only added once into the list, even though we can call it multiple times. I guess you could also have an if here, if we found existing, or if we didn't find existing, we populate it. I guess technically we could update it as well, so yeah, let's do this anyway, like this. Okay, and then in draw we'll add a function called like draw list. And we'll go through the values. We will draw the thing. And what is a draw thing? So a draw thing, I guess, you can make it into a union enum and a rectangle. And we can say draw rectangle, rectangle. Now this would return a draw thing. Man, what's happening? Okay. Alright. Then we get this, and we switch on the thing, and we get a rectangle thing, and we say draw rectangle. Oh yeah, we probably need like a position and stuff as well. So I'm gonna use I'm just gonna say like this. We can also say, actually, let's do this. Position and size. Okay. Then down here we draw a rectangle. So if we're solid, draw rectangle. Oh, I see, yeah. So draw rectangle V we could do. This would be position. Actually, this would we do PRO. X. No. It's just draw rectangle V. Yeah. Position is gonna be top left, and size is size. Color is color. There we go. If it's not solid, we will draw lines. Thick. Let's do 1, I guess. Rectangle. Let's say solid. One for solid and one for lines. All right. So technically we should now be able to, well, we need to call draw list as well. Draw list. Let's put it, yeah, over here should be fine. Draw list. All right. Now over here, I just want to visualize where this is. So this is the hitbox. This is the thing that we want to visualize. So we're gonna say draw system. No. No, draw. Where is it? Is it game/draw? Yeah. This guy, and then we do add draw thing. The key is gonna be well, this is like the unique thing, so I'm just gonna say player exit. Yeah, because it's for the scene, so it shouldn't be. I guess it also means that... Do we have a dnit here? No. Alright. We're just doing that to make sure that, you know, we don't end up with a whole bunch of stuff. Draw thing, we're gonna do... Wait, why can't I say rectangle solid? What? This should be possible here. Let's see what it complains about. Yeah, expected 3 arguments. Okay, so the LSP doesn't recognize this, but as usual. Sorry. Rectangle solid, position, size, color. Well, let's do lines, I guess. Position, size, color, thickness. So position is, well, it's exit hitbox center. The size. I guess we could also just add. Actually, it's probably easier to just add an ABB here. Yeah, because that's usually what you need, what you want to visualize. Okay, so we'll just put you in there, exit hitbox. What else? Color, and so I'll just do, I don't know, red. And thickness. Let's do like, I don't know, 2 or 4. Actually 8. Takes a while to compile, I guess. Okay. Did we crash? Expected 2 arguments. Found 3. Oh no, this is rectangle lines. There we go. Well, it's not showing up. Well, okay, now it shows up. Okay. Yeah. Wait, did it repeat again? Okay, so we are seeing it very clearly. Okay, I picked 8 because I was thinking like, okay, it's actually scaled by 4, so I'm thinking like, okay, that's 2 pixels. Oh yeah, because we're using like the camera now. Oh, wait. Does it still like... No. Also this. Okay, yeah. We need to exit the yeah. We need to exit the state. I mean, we are actually exiting the state here, sort of, but we're not canceling the control. Yeah, we're not deactivating it here, so this should happen like this should actually happen when we go from this state at all times. But we don't really have a mechanism for that. We only have a mechanism for like the state has changed into another state, but we don't have the old state. Okay, but we could just, you know, deactivate the device, I guess. So at this point, we should get the player. And we should get the player component. Actually, yeah, we just get player component. And we should set I'm just gonna set it to idle. And then we're also gonna get the device. So we'll switch on state, and it's gonna be control. Otherwise, we'll do nothing. If it's control, we get the device and we deactivate it. Yeah. All right, let's try that. Oh, crashed. Animation. No, here's the error. Okay. Access union field control while hurt is active. Oh, okay. Wait, where's... Oh, we need to do... Okay, yeah. Disable control. Wait, where does that happen? Device system update. Oh. Okay, so let's not change the state. We'll just change that. Device system, disable control. So we still need to keep that around, right? Right, because we're using it here. Okay. So if we exit the control state, we don't have no idea of which one we actually controlled. But then the device keeps that state. Okay. Let's do this. And then hope that that should be enough. We need to do this and then go around one frame and then... No. I'm gonna guess it's the same issue. Yeah. Okay, so this only sets the state on the device. Yeah, and because the device happens after player, the state is gone. I mean, I guess we could call handle state directly here. We could say device. We could force. This is kind of weird, but we could force the device system to update directly here. Oh yeah, that's right. No field of memory. What? Wait. Handle state change in device system. It's huh? I am confused. This is device system. Yes. This is the device system. This is oh, it's not a member function, I see. It's okay. We don't need to grab the system. Okay, okay. We just need to call the function like this. Alright, fine. And yeah, let's see if that works out. Okay, yeah, that seems to work. So now we just have to do the next step. So where is the thing? Yeah. I'm trying to, you know, make some tools to sort of increase the speed at which I can set up these boss fights. This is my first sort of attempt at the boss fight, so it's kind of interesting. I'm just building, trying to build it as fast as possible so that we can, so that I can test the boss fight like iteratively, and trying to make change things quickly before I commit to something, because I'm not really sure all the puzzle element if I'm gonna keep that or not. Yeah, let's see. We should do what should we do? So when we, let's see, the boulder hits, it pushes the player, right? So then we're in the stun mode. So we're in stun mode. We push the player. Right, is this even called? Yes. So when the player is pushed into the thing, why is the boulder spawning? Like, I don't understand, because we're not calling this function. So we're not we're not advancing and spawning the boulder, you know. That's strange to me. Why that would happen. I guess this is called maybe after 10 seconds or something. Well, it's not really 10 seconds. We're in regenerating phase. This is created when regenerates phase is over. Then it's like, okay, let me check this again. This is really strange to me. Like, why does this happen? We hit there. This goes down. We're still in regenerate phase. The boulder hits. We get pushed. Then a new boulder gets spawned. Like, why is the new boulder spawned? Why is the new boulder spawned? Because we're pushing the player, and then nothing basically happens here. Unless the thing ends, we go into active mode and then immediately go into regenerate mode. Like, that's one thing that could happen, I guess. But, okay. So, update 1 active. We need to check next phase at, right? Which in this case, yeah, so that doesn't make sense either. Unless we're calling this wrong function, no. Maybe we can add a text. Okay. Let's do this. Text. Position. I guess color. That doesn't work. Well, I guess we can do it here. We can say, let's actually just have a buffer here. Let's do like, I don't know, 256. This is the buffer. Let's do like text format. Format and args and position. All right. Position, wait. Buffer position color. Why is this not working? Oh. Okay, and I will do. Actually, we can do. Let's do like undefined, and then text is this undefined, right? Right, because now we can Wait, we don't really need a buffer. Well, yeah, we do need a buffer. Okay. This is a draw thing. Okay. So then we say draw thing.text is equal to buff format buff print z. The buffer is draw thing.buffer format args, and we return that, right? Because then the array is gonna get copied as I understand it. Okay, we'll test this. And when we draw the thing, we will say if it's a text, we will draw it using vectors, font, text is t.text, position, whoops, t.position, font size, I don't know, 24, spacing, I guess 0, tint, actually let's do 16, or actually 8, and the color is t.color. Alright, so now okay, so what I wanted to do is I want to add, like, in the update, I want to add, like, depending on which face it is, I want to say the face. So we're gonna do where is it? Add draw thing face, and it's gonna be like text, no, text format, right? And so we're gonna have the format, and we're gonna have the arguments, which is tag name face, and what else? Position. Let's just do 5 or actually 8 or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. All right. Failure, no field name buffer in draw thing. Oh, text. Expected this, found that. Okay. Oh, it's a constant. There we go. Comp time value. Okay, you need to be comp time. Expected. Right. Let's just catch a ritual there. Should have enough. If we don't, then we will see it. Expected type, draw things struct. Text dot text. There we go. Okay, let's see if it works. It should display the face on the top left. Okay, it doesn't. It shows some weird stuff, which to me, it tells me that the copying... Okay, this is... I've been saying this for a while, or I mean, a couple of times. Now we have this array here. The array doesn't actually get copied. Wait, it's the text that's pointing to the wrong thing. No, the text... Well, yeah, it is pointing to the wrong thing. It's not like a dynamic thing that's gonna, you know... It should... Well, it could be a... Okay, let's do this. Let's just say we have a length. And then text is a function that returns this. Right. And so we just return buffer like this. So now it's sort of dynamic, you know, like the address doesn't matter. We can also just copy it if it's, you know, if that's the way you want to roll. And then let's see, so we don't set text. What we do is we print onto the buffer. We get the text that we get out, and then we say draw thing dot length or text dot length is equal to t dot length. There we go. Okay, I think I'm getting this. I think I'm understanding this properly here. No field name thing, right? So it's a function now. Okay. Expected this, found that. Well, this should be zero terminated because this is... No, yeah, it should be zero terminated because the data is zero terminated. So we can just do a pointer cast, I guess. This is struct length. Yeah, so length, I'm just gonna set it to undefined. All right. It would be nice if I'm correct here. If it works like I think. Okay, it's... Well, it sort of works. The first and last... It looks like the first and last is... Well, actually the first only is correct. Also, why is it like drawn at a weird place? This is not where I want to go. Oh yeah, the forest boss. Draw, so text. Let's do like further down so we can see it. Okay. So yeah, this sort of pokes a hole in here as well. Unless I'm not understanding this correctly, but when this struct is copied using, you know, the built-in Zig way of, you know, passing it to a function or returning it from a function, does it actually copy over this array? Because it doesn't feel like it's doing that. It feels like it just doesn't copy this at all. Because if it is copying that, then if we pass this in here, we should, you know, we should get the correct thing out of this, right? Unless the pointer cast messes something up here, but... So we're creating a local copy. We're putting, you know, we're printing into the buffer in this local copy. Then we return this local copy. So does it actually copy the array as well at that point? And then that gets put into the draw list. And the only thing we save is like the length and the data. And we populate it like this. Okay, it gets copied into here. We populate it there. And then it's messed up when we fetch it again. Where is it? Over here. You get copied it again. And we grab the text. So at some point the data is lost, you know. That's the whole point here. But what if we say, okay, it's a pointer here. This actually requires it to be a pointer. And then this is inline. But then we still need to copy here, but let's see if it works. Oops. Oh, it works, I guess. Except it didn't change. Also, it's like in the world. Okay. Right. It still says... Okay, now it's phase 2. Wait. Oh yeah, because we don't have underscore, that's why it's showing like a thing there. This is shown over like the UI. Let's push it, I guess. We can actually draw it on top of the boss or something, I don't know. Good job. Thank you. Welcome. How's it going? Yeah, okay, so now that is there. But why isn't it changing though? I mean, it's still a mystery to me how the copying thing actually works with arrays. It doesn't seem to work. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's just, you know, let's just have this, and we'll alloc print it instead. Right. So we actually need an allocator for this then. What? Oops. Not inline. Let's do. We just return text is gonna be alloc print set. We actually need a initialize now. All right, and then here we do that. There we go. And then the initialize, it's not really that big of a deal. We probably don't even need to do this, but it's just to get rid of the messages, values. All right. What's this now? Expected 4 arguments, found 3. Oh yeah, you need allocators, so let's just pass that in there. All right. Oops. Let's try now. I need to refill my coffee here. Okay, there we go. Well, I mean, it sort of works, but why doesn't this face change? Wait, are we forgetting to actually change the face? Oh, also... Here, if we found existing, and it's a text, we want to deinitialize it. Okay. I mean, we can move this into over here. We could say initialize. All right. I'm just gonna run and test. Okay, it tells me basically that where is this leak? Asset entries, animation. It's all the animation stuff. I'm just gonna fix this once and for all. Animation container. Yeah, we're deinitializing animation container. We're going through all fields and deinitializing them, so why is that not working out? Deinitializing the arena. That should be everything we need to do, right? Boss update. Add role thing. Wait, it still complains about this. Get entries by asset name. Oh, this needs to be... Oh, the result here needs to be freed, right. Oh wait, well how? Oh, it's creating its own allocator. And now we're creating this, but we're returning. Okay, I did something weird here. I'm returning this, but I'm using an allocator that allocates, but then I'm like throwing the allocator away, so this doesn't really work. This does not work. I need to actually pass an allocator in here to allocate the list. Yeah, and then when we're done, we actually need we need to free those entries. Yeah. I'm just gonna test here again. See that we actually got rid of that. Yeah. All right. Well, okay, there's some more stuff here. And we still get leaks from this. Alright, I am confused again. So it goes in here, it gets or put this. It's if we have something, we deinitialize it first and then we override it here. Right? And deinitialize looks at self, it initially calls text deinitialize, which frees self dot text. So yes. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna actually dwell on that because it's not really, you know, it's not a huge deal because it's a debug thing. So also, but I am curious to see. There's only 2 leaks though, so it might be because of this not being called. Actually, no, game inits draw system. So let's do here, let's do game draw, no, L draw initialize. There we go. That will sort of initialize that thing. I'm guessing that's the issue. Yeah. All right. No more leaks. Great. Okay. So, right. This doesn't update. Interesting. So, I mean, it's gonna be at advanced phase. We are setting it here though. Wait. If we are active, then we set the state to... Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. This is only the first... Okay. Yeah, that's only... Okay. We're only showing this. This is happening over 3 different things. Right. Let's do like 1 and 2, so well, I mean, we could do a switch, I guess. Switch on phase 1. Actually, it's just inline else. No, phase 1. No, it is inline else. No, because, okay, The phase 1 and 2 are enums themselves. Phase 3 is not. So that doesn't have a sub thing or whatever. So if it's phase 1 or phase 1 or 2 stationary, then we do this. Otherwise it's phase 3 and we just say this. No, at this point it's tag name, and then over here we remove this. And this is very temporary code, so that's why I'm just, you know, doing this. For the other places, I don't have any excuses. Expected this, found that. Okay. Yes. Alright. Expected this argument. Oh, it has to be over here. No. Expected 4 arguments, found 3. You need, wait, so allocator, format, args, yeah, and position, right? So position is that. Are you happy now? There we go. Phase 1, stationary. Okay, I can't quite see it, so where is it? Here? No. Yes. Here. Let's do like center left. I don't know. Should probably draw it with a UI thing instead. Okay, there we go. So now it's phase 1 stationary and then active. Okay, boom, it's regenerating. We have to hurry up here. Hit it. Boom. Oh, it went back immediately to, okay. So that what happened. It went back to immediately to phase, well, it went to stunned and then immediately to active. And then when we hit this, I guess it immediately go to generate. That's why we get the next boulder. Okay, so now we get a little bit more, you know, visibility on what's actually happening. Right. Okay, I'm gonna get a. I'm gonna get more coffee. BRB. I'm just gonna eat a sandwich here, baby. Alright. Okay. So why is it going to phase 2 immediately? If health is less than or equal to next phase at hits to stun. Oh, I see. So it's because I set this to 1. Let's set this to 10. Because it immediately goes to the next phase, because the boulder does 5 damage. But let's set this to 10. Okay. And it's regenerating. You can see the health going up. We hit the boulder. Oh. Wait, why am I stuck here? I'm stuck like in the ground. Why did this happen now and not before? And why is it happening at all? I've never had that issue actually with the physics system. I was just pushed a little bit and then it goes back to active. I see. So that's the issue, because it goes back to active phase, it stops the pushing, right? Why does it do that though? The check for stun, like it should also be like that the player has entered that box as well. Oh, I see. Also, the boulder doesn't hurt until next frame, so when we save this health, it's actually counting the boulder as well. So we should discount the boulder. We're hurting here, then we're advancing phase, but the health has not changed yet. And so when we go, let's see, over here, yeah, we should do this, but then we should remove boulder damage. Okay. I'm just gonna concede that this kind of logic is gonna be always gonna be sort of a little bit all over the place. Okay, now we crash. That's progress. Integer overflow. Interesting. Oh, so it's the negative here. So it goes into C, like... It goes into negative because health is more than this? I guess it makes sense if it regenerated, maybe. It doesn't really make sense though. It should be like 0 or less. I mean 0 or more. Well, unless, you know, okay, I see. Wait. Yeah, we should do this operator, I think. This will... Is it this or the other way around? I don't remember. Binary is white space on one side but not the other. Like this. Okay. So this operator is, I believe, it's not wrapping, it is just, if it goes, if it's overflowing, it just sets it to the minimum or maximum of whatever it's overflowing on. So since this is overflowing on negatively, it should be 0. Like the result should be 0. That should fix the issue, hopefully. All right, there we go. So we're still at done. So this, at this part, this is all how, you know, how far we've done in the programming of this phase thing, without accidentally going to the next phase and stuff. So this is all going to plan. Now, when we're updating here, we have to check if player exited. If the player has exited, we switcheroo these doors again. Should we have like a toggle thing? I guess we have to sort of copy these. And the boss door should open now, so activate. And the puzzle door should close. And the player is back to idle. Yeah. The only thing I don't like is this, you know, the ID reference. But I should probably make it so that each entity has, you can add like a tag to it, so that you can like find it by this, like a string tag or like a string name that you set the instance to, instead of doing this. That would be cool. But it's not that big of a deal right now. All right, boss door device. So you need T and you don't need T. That's right. There we go. Anything else? Man, I wish I would get rid of this. Let's just do this. There we go. I press like the diagnostics key to go to the next diagnostic, and it complains about stuff like that. And that has been bothering me for a while. Okay, So we're pushing the player off. Once we are in that place, we press the doors. We switch through the doors again. We set the player to thing. What we also want to do is move the mover. We also want to push the mover as well. So push mover. I guess we also need to check the mover as well. So we're pushing the mover. Now the mover, we don't really have a thing for that. So let's see, how do we get these things? We do get by entity ID, right? So let's copy this. Get mover. Actually, let's do entity and device type. Alright, random question. What's your opinion on using AI tools in the editor like autocomplete Copilot? So, yeah, in the text editor, I tried Copilot when it came out, and it was like, it was interesting, like at the start, and it felt like you could do a lot of, like, you know, boilerplate code was very easy to, it was amazing to just autocomplete some boilerplate code, and, you know, very, like, I guess you would say like common functions you could just spawn out, and that worked really well. But after a while I felt like I wasn't really thinking in the same way anymore, and I was kind of, you know, it's either you kind of turn off your brain and let the autocomplete do stuff, but then you don't really think about the programming anymore. You just, I guess, generate the code and analyze it to see if it does whatever it needs to do, and then fix it, instead of thinking about it yourself and implement it yourself. I don't know. It was just like I didn't really like it, the way it made me think when programming. So I actually ended up removing it, because sometimes it felt like it took even longer to do stuff with Copilot on, because it was like in the way. It like generated code that I didn't like, and yeah, it just, you know, took focus from actual programming, and so yeah, I turned it off, and I then haven't gone back since. I've tried like using like new models in ChatGPT, like the O4, I believe, for trying to generate like some sort of project. I don't remember if it was ChatGPT or something else that I recently just tried making a Pong clone, but that was interesting because you got like instant feedback as well. I'm not sure if that was ChatGPT actually, because you got like one window with a web view and another where you could chat and improve the code. But that actually worked really well. But I'm not sure about, you know, what you kind of miss when using AI like that is like the security and stuff of everything. Like, how do you know the code is secure and doing whatever it needs to do in critical places? And you basically need to go through the entire code to make sure it's actually doing something good. So that's my short take there. I'm not sure if you're satisfied with that answer. I might try autopilot again, but I didn't like how it made me sort of think about programming. But I might try it again and see if it has improved or if it has changed. That makes sense. I got into programming with ChatGPT, etc. was already quite good, so it's been interesting to trying to balance it while learning. Like you say, thinking less about a programming, more just pressing tab. Yeah. So I mean, I would say, I don't know. I don't know if AI. I mean, it's probably good for learning because you can ask questions and it can probably give you good answers when asking questions about programming. But you really have to practice. If you want to get good at programming, you have to practice actual programming, and not just because it's equivalent of just, you know, having a friend, or let's say you go to school and you you get help all the time from someone else to do your homework, or you know, you're not really practicing and learning it yourself. You're basically handing it over to someone else that does it for you, and you don't learn it. So I don't know. Maybe I'm old and and cranky, but I don't know. It just feels like you should, if you want to learn actual programming, then you have to practice it yourself. That's my take. We need the registry. Because it's not just about, you know, producing stuff. It's also about thinking in ways of programming and thinking, like structuring things, coming up with architectures, using the tools that you've learned to actually build something. And I feel like AI just takes all that away, basically. It just yeah, does something and oh, it works, so let's stick with that. And then you move on, and yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Mover device equals get mover registry. Alright. But this wouldn't work though. I think what we need to do is set position instead, because it's yeah, it needs to move by itself, or I mean it because it can't use the physics system to move. So I'm gonna do this, so it moves one every frame. I guess that's fine. I guess we could use DT, maybe. I made WebDev my job. I made WebDev my job quite early, relying on it for income, etc. So I focus more on shipping quickly. All right, I see. Yeah, I mean, okay. If that's your goal, then that's fine, you know. And had less opportunity to think more. So now I've been getting into things like Gamedev to actually practice, take my time, really try to understand it. Yeah, great. So it's with AI, I lose all the satisfaction of actually creating. It's more like reviewing, cleaning up, and then deploying. Yeah, that's exactly it. So that is yeah, because you still need to go through it and yeah, it feels like you're basically reviewing someone else's code. Well, I mean, that's basically what you're doing. You're reviewing someone's code, and sometimes you have to fix it and test it, and maybe it doesn't work, so you have to modify it, you know. But yeah, that makes a total sense. I was just thinking in the frame of like actually learning to program. But I think as I said, asking questions about programming is pretty awesome to have AI. That's where AI actually shines. But you also have to be wary of, you know, hallucinations and stuff like that. So you always have to be like, you know, checking if it's actually accurate, you know. But most of the time it is probably accurate in regards to programming. I mean, they have focused a lot about programming. That's one of the huge things with AI, is like it has to get that right. So if you ask it questions, most of the time it's probably gonna be answering correctly, especially if it's like questions that you have in the beginning about programming, and yeah. So that's probably a very good application of AI as well. Because you can ask, the strength there is you can ask very specific questions, like and then you can also like chat your way along to more questions and more answers on stuff that you're actually wondering, because you might not be able to formulate it well on Google. It might not exist an answer out there for your specific question, you know. So I feel like that's a very good strength of AI. Wait, no, we don't need T. Okay, I'm just gonna break my rules here and use relative time from Raylib. And I'm gonna, I guess, increase this a little bit. So pushing them over, yeah. So getting them over is a thing. So I have to now go in here, but I made this a little bit easier. So I can go into the editor. I can click on the mover, and here is the ID. So I can just copy that, go back in here and paste it in there. There we go. It's interesting because I've gained a lot of knowledge and can look at code and understand it. However, writing code is a skill that I left behind and need to catch up on. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Like, you can see code, and it's kind of like, you know, reading and talking a new language as well. My goal is because you have to sort of formulate the sentences in your head. Like, if you're actually gonna sort of, yeah, construct something, reading and actually writing is different. My goal really is not up to just chip AI slop, but really to create things myself. Yeah, AI's coach is great. Take some self-control not to abuse it and hinder learning. Yeah. Also, you have to, that's also one of the things with programming, is like, it takes a lot of effort. It takes way more effort than people actually realize, I feel. It's like, even if you're programmed for decades, you're still learning new stuff, and you're still, you know, it's still hard. Like, of course things get easier, but it's so, there's so much to learn, and but it's also, that's why I like it as well. I like it because it's so varied, it's so interesting. And also creating stuff feels very nice. Like, when you create something that actually works and you feel like, oh my god, you've accomplished this thing, it's really, really nice feeling. What did we actually do here? Oh yeah, so this should move back now. Okay, it moved like up. Interesting. That's weird. Oh, we're setting the position, right? I'm stupid. We need to say clone position and add that as well. There we go. Okay, so wait, why can't I move? Right, it's still moving the mover. So wait. Huh, why did it take so long? Oh, because it exited the stun state. Okay, I see. But it should have exited once the player reached the thing. We definitely exited the thing there. Actually, you know what? Maybe we will clear the draw list at end of every frame, actually. We draw it and then we clear it. Yeah. Because, yeah, because that will make it so the thing is appearing when it's relevant. Yeah. And so here it sort of tells us also it's still checking here. So that's kind of weird. Like why isn't it going in here? Oh, we're not advancing the face. Okay. No, we shouldn't advance the face. That's the whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't advance the face. Wait, but is the door still closing? Oh, and then it's still pushing the player. I see. Okay, okay. So the door changes. But we shouldn't push the player, so we should have a state here that says that the player has player exited. We add that here as well. Make sure that we have exited. So player has exited. Wait, this is the wrong thing. Here. Stunned. Player has exited is true. So we only do that if we haven't yet exited. And if we haven't exited, we also push the player. That's right, there we go. So it's kind of like a pseudo face within here. Once we've so at first we're pushing the player. Once we've like intersected with the exit box, we don't push the player anymore. The mover can get pushed, that doesn't matter. Once we've reached this point, we set this to true, the doors will switcheroo, and the player will be unstunned. Right, and then the phase should progress naturally. So let's try this again. There we go. Okay, so we're back to... No, now it's stunned, so we can mash on it. Okay, and then it goes back. Okay, nice. The only thing is the mover should move way quicker, so... It should move back way quicker there. Wait, what's happening? Unable to update file? What the hell? It's not running. Okay, I'll check. Okay. Sig builds. Zig build runner. That's LSP. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened there. So, the executable got locked, even though it was not running, I guess. Maybe it was running. Maybe it took a while to quit. I don't know. Yeah, so now the mover goes back. Oh. Okay. Whoa. Oh, I see. Yeah, we should call the initialize here instead. Here we go. It's printing. Oh, that's why. It's trying to print out all the frames here. That's why it took so long. Okay, so that's good. It did make sense. The reason was we have had a bunch of leaks. Like every frame we had a leak, so now I've fixed it. All right. Yeah, but the mover. Okay, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? I think we have to set the staticness and stuff of it. So yeah, I'll set the I mean, why can't we just set the static to false? Isn't that a thing? We could just set it to false. Mover. set the density. I'm just gonna set to 1. Okay, so now it's that. Okay, so I'm gonna test this now. So the push here, so let's do velocity now. It's gonna be mass. All right, we'll try this. Okay, see, it still works moving this around here. It still blocks there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Maybe we should have hitbox for the mover as well. Check if it's hitting like the end of the thing there. This is also where it would be nice in the editor if you could sort of define these like areas and stuff visually, and then use sort of tags or something that you can grab them from in-game, like, or the game code could grab those and do stuff with that. Just an easy way to add like things like points, areas and stuff like that. It makes a lot of sense in this context in the boss thing. Although it would be hard to do something that is dynamic. But yeah, we'll see. Alright, so what if we just push it, like we just set it once? We push it once. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do it once, so we have to do it on advance the phase from regenerate to stunned. We just push it enough once so that it goes and hits the thing. Okay, it didn't move at all. Let's try and increase it. Huh. Okay. Is it happening at the correct moment? We're going from regenerating to stunned. Yes, that should be correct. What if we move it? What if we do this? Does anything happen? Nope. Okay. Okay, so great. I'm not sure why nothing's happening. Is this even called? I mean, it should be. Wait, am I thinking about this correctly? This is the current phase. Current phase is this. We push, yeah. And we're pushing it up left here. Do we need even more? It's basically gonna disappear at this point. It has to be that something else is wrong. No, doesn't move at all. Oh, wait, what's happening with the right one? It's sort of falling down. Oh, I see. Those should have these things. Where is that? Up here. No, the mover, that's right. Okay, I'm just gonna check if this fixes it, that issue. Oh. I'm just gonna speed this up here. Hits to stun, let's do like 1 here. And boulder damage, where is that? Let's do 0. So that the phaser still works. No. Okay, if we move it out here, you can see now it's stable here. Okay, but the issue still remains. Why is it not moving at all? Is it because it's static, or it shouldn't be static though? Flying impulse and okay. Flying impulse static is false. Good. Let's just try, I guess we'll try apply force. It shouldn't be. Oh wait. This could be, okay, I kinda understand why it could happen, but I have to experiment first. Okay, it still doesn't work. Okay, I think I kind of know why it happened, because when we cancel the control of it, we actually clear out the velocity and acceleration. So, yeah, let's go. It's called disable control. Yeah, let's not. Well, I guess if it's static, we do want to do this, because otherwise it will get thrown into infinity. But if it's not static, we don't want to clear those things. Okay, let's see if that is the actual problem. All right, it disappeared. Well, that's, I guess that is progress. Well, I guess it disappeared because it's like moving way too fast. Let's do impulse 100. Yeah, let's try it. Where am I? Where is it? There it is. Okay. What the hell? It went up? Oh, because, okay, yeah. I think it's because we disable like air drag on it and we move it upwards. It's sort of like stuck in space, I guess. Also no gravity, so it just goes up. But let's do that, and we probably need a lot more, so I'm gonna do like 1,000 maybe. We probably want to remove friction on it as well. So that it doesn't stop. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks okay. Let's just double the thing. It's better than just teleporting back, I think. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And now it's phase 2. Or, yeah. And it's stunned. And now it should go into phase 3, which may crash the whole thing. Okay, now it's flying. But it's not implemented. Okay, cool. So we have the whole thing now. Except for the last phase. Let's move. So 10 hits to stun. Boulder damage is 5. Alright, let's try this again and see if the phases actually work out. Like the phase triggers. It should probably be more hits, like the phase 1, the stun thing should be more hits, or I should introduce some way of having the boss not stand at the same place. Also, stage 2, yeah, it should definitely be more hits. And the spawns should probably be a bit more aggressive as well. Like an aggressive version of those monsters. And there we go. Right, so it's like a matter of tweaking sort of the fun and difficulty of the boss. I think I'm gonna increase this to maybe 20. And let's see, what else? So the max health, yeah, let's increase to, I guess, maybe 100? I don't know. Yeah, because it just feels like you're standing there hitting him. It's not really. It feels more like a cinematic than an actual boss fight. Okay, but now those things make a little bit more sense. But I think in order to increase the active part, the active phase, yeah, like the first phase here, not having the boss actually be like damageable, I guess, the whole time, or have maybe the spawns be more aggressive, so that you have to spend time in like fending those away, because they're basically just cannon fodder at this point. And I died because I didn't duck there or jump. Alright, but we have like sort of the basic, I guess, structure here maybe in place. Another thing that I wish to improve is this phase here. Like getting up here just feels like it's just, you know, yeah, I'm just jumping up here. You have to hurry. That's basically the thing. You can see the boss bar is kind of regenerating. Also, what I think I'm gonna do is it's gonna regenerate, but only a certain amount. So it's gonna sort of consume the mobs out here to regenerate. And once all the mobs are done, then this phase ends. So you're missing the chance of putting the boulder down. Maybe the boulder should do even more damage. I don't know. It should shoot and stuff, yeah. I'll spawn more things. But there's no challenge in getting up here. There's like, you just jump up and you do it. So there's no real challenge to that. There might be other spawns, like maybe flying monsters as well. I don't know. Or maybe stuff falls from the ceiling or something. Because the idea is that boulder gets down. It's gonna... How does it come down? Like something hits the ground, shakes, and some boulders fly down. And some of them might drop over here so that you have to sort of dodge them before you can get up there. Yeah, something like that. So boulders falling down, more aggressive monsters. Maybe the boss can sort of dodge while stationary somehow. And then we also need the flying phase as well. That's going to be a whole different thing. That's just entering a new phase. Basically, I think the flying phase, everything gets destroyed. So it's gonna sort of go enrage, destroy everything here. Everything's gonna sort of disappear. And then you're entering a flying phase with basically just a large boss arena and fighting this monster here. Or I mean, yeah, the boss. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But that's gonna be interesting as well, because we don't really have a way to sort of destroy tiles yet. But I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to implement that. So basically just destroying these entities as well. These entities, they are kind of special. These guys are only for the boss room. Also, the boss room is gonna sort of permanently change, I guess, also after you've defeated the boss. Yeah, there's gonna be a whole bunch of stuff we need to have in place for this. Okay, I guess one thing that we could do now is maybe we can make these guys a little bit more aggressive. Like once they see you at a certain distance, they will sort of do maybe like a jump attack or something. Or maybe they're just gonna be faster. I can start there. Maybe we'll just make them faster. Like if we go to the monster here. Here's the walk speed. But this is for all those monsters. This is like a variant, almost a variant of the thing there. So if go to monster, where's the speed happening? Speed is, yeah, we just, you know, it's a constant. It's like a static variable. We could do this if as declaration get speed, we can call it I guess get walk speed. We will call it and Yeah, I guess that should be enough. Right, so instead of having this, we will say is this the initialize? Get walk speed. Yeah, and so also I will save the end spawn reason. This is the reason how it gets spawned. It's basically, I'm using it as saving sort of the variant. And we can just put it here, so there we go. So now we're saving that, so now we can reach into that, and we can say here like if the reason is, well, if we have a reason and the reason is why am I not getting this? It's called, what is it called? Yeah, forest boss spawn. Then we return, I guess, 600. Okay, let's see if this works. We just have to wait for them to be spawned and see if it works. Alright, so they're way faster now. So you have to react a little bit more to them. I mean, they are basically still sort of cannon fodder because you can stand here and spam attack, but at least they are a little bit more menacing. Okay. I mean, phase 2 is way too quick. Guess we could increase this to 30. Let's increase the boulder damage. Yeah, it is gonna be like a matter of tweaking. I think what I'll do I wanted to increase the boulder damage so it feels like it's doing more. Yeah, that definitely feels better. We should probably increase. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. The first one, okay, so let's do duration. Yeah. Let's increase this by there, a little bit there. Let's also say that when we initialize the active phase, like where's that advanced phase? When we go back to active next time, this should be like ×3. So it includes the first one and then it adds like double the amount. So that we have to hit this guy more times the next time because it's, yeah, it just feels too fast. Okay, let's see. Maybe we'll make it so that you have to jump and hit. Oh my god. I'm actually dying now. Well, I'm not trying super hard, but yeah, I think we'll make it so that you have to jump and hit, maybe. Or maybe it could be a case of a moving target as well. Yeah, that makes it way more interesting. 5, okay. So the stun is 5 hits. That works. Stunned, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now it's flying. Yeah, that feels nice. Yeah, I feel like it should have like a moving targets. Some kind of weak point that you can hit that moves around, so you have to, like, sometimes you have to jump. And then a separate part that actually fires the projectile. So you can sort of see where the projectiles will be, but you also have to jump to hit. So it's just not a matter of just standing there and spamming attack. Except for when he's stunned. Alright. Yeah. That makes sense. Do I want to do sort of the falling rocks? Maybe it's like continuously falling for some time. And you have to dodge them, but then you can see like the shaking stops and the rocks stop to fall, and you can like yeah, you understand that. Okay, now I can move the rock over, move the boulder over. Get boss possible. I mean, yeah, but I would need these functions. Oh, these aren't actually used. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to improve that a little bit. What do I actually want to do here? Well, that was bad. It's actually starting to get difficult. Well, a little bit, I guess. You have to pay a little bit of attention. You can't just... Oh. Okay, yeah, the projectiles really need to be in front so that you can see them. Also, I might have them be spawned back here, maybe. I mean, there could be some telegraphing as well. Maybe the stun part should be longer so that you actually feel like you get something out of it. I mean, you do get the boulder as well, so you actually do get a lot of damage from it. All right. What was it I was thinking about? So I was thinking that wait, what was I thinking? Oh yeah. So when you are in the stun phase, or not the stun phase, the regenerating phase, here, I think there should be a time limit. So you get up here, if you don't like do this in enough time, like when it starts to consume the spawns, when the spawns are consumed, if it actually consumes all of them, maybe it will heal even more. Or yeah, I was thinking like it should consume the spawns. Okay, that's step one. When all spawns are consumed, it should end the phase. It should just end the phase. and I think it doesn't advance to the next phase. It actually goes back. It goes backwards, so it goes back to the first active phase. You have to hit it with the boulder twice. If you don't do that, then it's just extending the fight. Yeah. Alright, so that gives you a lot of incentive to actually try and complete, like stun it with the boulder. And then I have to make it more challenging to actually get the boulder over there. Actually, maybe the boulder could get destroyed by other boulders. Like, let's say something like boulders is falling down to hit the boulder, and in order to keep the boulder sort of alive, so to speak, you have to push it. You have to sort of dodge. It's like a mini game. You have to dodge the other boulders to keep it alive. Yeah, something. Yeah, that could be something. Okay. So what are we doing? So when we are regenerating, where is that? Here. When we are regenerating, is eating up the spawns. So each time we regenerate here, we should consume one of the spawns. So we'll pick one at random. Right. So we'll go through all the, so we'll get all the monsters. Yeah, and I will say, we'll take a random index. Less than length. Okay. Then we will grab the monster. It's gonna be monsters raw eye. Okay, that's the monster that we've picked. And then we will just mark that for death. Monster. However, if there are no monsters, then we basically just go back to the previous phase. Now I realized that this could make it so that you get stuck, because let's say you're killing all the spawns and then attack the boss and then goes to this phase. Well, then you get into a situation where the boss doesn't have any spawns to regenerate from, so it immediately ends the regenerate phase, goes back to the previous phase, and you don't really understand why you're not progressing through the boss fight. So how would we fix that? I'm thinking maybe a timer. Like you always have a little bit of, like a certain amount of time in the regeneration phase. So either it has to either it has to like destroy all the monsters, or or the timer is up. Well, actually, it's just a timer then in that case. Yeah. So we have like a reset at I don't understand why I did this. We just need to do this. Reset at is t plus reset reset time, I guess. And this is gonna be, I don't know how long this will be. Let's just set this to 10 seconds for now. And this cannot be or else, so we can just remove this now. Okay. Oh, data, not raw. There we go. Okay, so this will be .init t instead. All right. And then update. So here we'll check yeah, we can only do this once the player's exited, I guess, as well. So if it has exited, then we'll check. If the reset at has been met. Oops. So now we kind of do a reverse advance phase. We want to set the phase back to the previous phase. It's gonna be weird because we want to push the player as well. We sort of want to exit out, except we want to reverse the phase, not advance the phase. Where's the thing? Here. So we do want to sort of do the same thing as stunned. Like we want to push the player back. We want to reverse the door again. But then we don't really have this face. It's gonna be a weird kind of thing. Maybe that's gonna be a different thing. Like regenerating, and then as like a semi-face where it's like going back to active again. Yeah, I mean it's just a matter of either I'm trying to figure it out if I can like have some system for this, or if I just gonna brute force it in here. So yeah, but yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. I will continue this off stream a little bit later, or maybe I'll go on stream later. I need to eat some stuff, and yeah. So but yeah, thank you very much for watching and joining me, and yeah, have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.